good morning, and welcome to the Live at the Waterhole show. And it is such an epic opening this morning. Have a look at this. We are in Jamala at Madikwe Game Reserve, and the pan is just heaving with elephants right now. My name is Stefan Winterboer. I'm going to be your naturalist for this morning. And as you would have noticed from our opening over there, this is a live show. In other words, what's happening right now here at Jamala is what's happening. It's now 10:31 in the morning, and at this location, at least anyway. And I'm as surprised as you are to see this opening shot. Isn't it great? Now, it is also an interactive show. You are welcome to ask us any questions that you want. You can also send through some comments and any observations that you may have had. We share knowledge with each other. We teach each other. We help each other and inspire each other. And so it's a great community of people to be in touch with. If you don't know how to communicate with us, you just have to register on the WildEarth website, follow the prompts, and together we will hear you, and then obviously discuss what we have to discuss. It is a great day up in Madikwe. You can see blue skies, not a cloud. It looks hot because obviously that's why the elephant are here in the mud today. Where I am in the Kruger National Park and at a couple of our other feeds today, the wind is an absolute gale. We've had a weather system rapidly pass through the country over the last 48 hours, and it's created much turmoil. And at 4 o'clock this morning, the gale blew in. It'll be a relatively cool day because of that, and it's going to make everything unsettled. But that is not what we're experiencing right now at Tumala at all. But we've got a summary of the weather at the various locations we have cameras at for you. And so why don't we go and have a look at that so we can all see what's going on all over the place. Now, if that didn't tell you what we're going to be experiencing today, then not much else will have. As you'll notice, we've got all these names on that weather thing, but suffice it to say, in summary, we have a number of different cameras all over Southern Africa. So South Africa, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. We've got from left to right across the continent, east to west, at least anyway, not left to right. Let me get more correct. And then we've got a camera up in Namibia and one in Kenya as well. So lots of different feeds. But let's start talking about what we're seeing in front of us right now. So this is obviously more than one herd of elephant. Elephant herds sort of number between 6 and 12 individuals, usually in South Africa. And with us being right up on the Botswana border, but still within South Africa's boundaries, this is no different. I'm told that you can hear a very cheeky one shouting like crazy, and that's usually a youngster that's either stuck or can't get enough milk or having some other type of tantrum. Have a look at this little guy on the left-hand side. He is having the best time. Tough to even say, look at him going to chase the impala. I think that word cheeky was a very apt description. Let's see if he has enough courage. Oh, he can't even get up the bank. So he first has to use his face to get up the bank. No, not yet. Gonna swim again. Decided that attacking the bank would yield far greater effect. Look at him. Young elephants, they definitely do exactly that. They're bolstered by the presence of mom and aunties and uncles. They're usually very brave. But as soon as they start feeling a bit insecure, then they rush back to mom again. And of course, in a large herd of elephant like this, what you want to do is you want to make sure that you keep your eye on mom. She's going to be the one that determines the overall mood. Here's that little guy. He decided to go off the bank there again. He's now still rolling in the mud under everyone's feet. Here's one in the background on the right, kicking at the mud wallow. Richard, in the UK, you've been the first on the keyboard this morning. Welcome. Firstly, good morning. And then you're saying this is quite a pool party. Gosh, that is the understatement of the day. This is an absolute, I don't know, what do you call, festival. So many elephants around this wallow. So yeah, this little guy, elephants we've seen tend to enjoy these banks where they kick at the bank to, in a way, I think, just make more mud. There comes a little guy. He wants to get into the action as well. Feet out straight. Usually they lock their legs. No, he's not brave enough to go down there. Come on, big guy. Go around the beach. There's an easier access point on the other side. No, not confident enough. So we notice that they kick at the banks, and I'm just told that you can hear another loud elephant screaming. It's usually the youngsters. So youngsters are the ones that scream so terribly like that. If you hear an adult elephant screaming like that, it is... There you go. There's one in the background chasing the zebra around. Gosh, I don't know where to look or what to talk about. So youngsters usually have a weaning squeal, and when they insecure like this, they're not able to jostle their way into the freshwater outlet, and their mothers are not wanting to give them milk. They can have a bit of a strop. And that massive squeal that you hear is usually a stroppy youngster. Look at that little guy trying to get mud on the right-hand side. Just not big enough, Mum. Can't get off the bank. Can't drink it because it's disgusting. And this little one on the left, also just battling to get up. There you go. Oh, underneath Mom's arm. Okay. You're okay. Gosh, what a sighting. And we came just in time. Look at the ones on the right just leaving already. So the show was opened at exactly the right time. Goodness. If you're new to the show, you'd know that, if you're new to the show, you wouldn't necessarily know that we're moving from winter to summertime in South Africa, because we're quite far south of the equator. And it is also the driest time of the year. So we're in the dry season on top of the fact that we're in spring, sort of South Africa. We have like a very short spring. It's not a very dramatic spring. Summer sort of arrives right on the back of winter. And with the temperatures increasing, as you saw in some locations, to in the low hundreds today, the evaporation rate of these pools increases dramatically through September into October, toward the end of October. Depending on when the rains start, they obviously don't follow mankind's calendars, and it is variable by a couple of weeks. The first noticeable rain, so by noticeable, over 20 millimeters of rain, will fall somewhere around... Look at that little guy with that impala. You're so big and brave. Just scare away the horrible impala. Classic. Exactly. It's just the way they run. They got this like awkward sort of shuffle, and it just, on a little elephant, it doesn't look scary at all. It just looks comical.
Attention all WildEarth fans. It's that time of the year when the sun rises earlier and sets later, and WildEarth is shifting show times. From October, our daily sunrise safari is moving an hour earlier. Live at the Waterhole is moving an hour later, and our daily sunset safari is moving half an hour later. Don't miss a moment. Wild Earth, it's in your nature.
Now, let me tell you how brave it is for a buffalo like that to just go walking through 40 elephant with him watching you and not give an absolute moment's notice to them. Look at that. That is just confidence. There he splashes into the mud. Oh no, that's an elephant, sorry. The buffalo is just behind that other one. He's disappeared there behind this male elephant. He's still there. He'll wait his turn now because that's where he wants to be, is the mud. There's another elephant in there. Oh, there he goes. Look at him. Did not care. Chest deep in a mud pool. No, I tell you, people discount buffalo for being, like cows, but they definitely are not. They are closer to wolves, if you were to look at a context this thing, than a pet store puppy. And he's decided he's going to go and have his bath. He does not care. So here you can see the energy around the pan seems to be, coming and going. It's not that when we arrived, I was very excited because it's not often that you see this many elephant around a waterhole. And then we had the buffalo walk in, and we've had little ones chasing around Impala. It just sort of waxes and wanes. This is the natural flow of things around these pans, especially around this time of the year. And like I was mentioning a little bit earlier, it isn't actually an uncommon thing for elephant to get deadly because of the stress around these dwindling resources. With all the play and showering, the actual drinkable water is reduced. And, cooling down is one priority, but staying hydrated is the next. And in particular, grumpy bull elephant and angry cow elephants are well known for taking out their frustrations on the rest of the animals around. Which is one of the reasons why I've been saying this buffalo is pretty brave. Just stubborn and does not care. He's going to get into the water there now. You can see he's being plagued by some biting flies. There he goes and lies down. Gosh, that mud is... You and I wouldn't walk through that mud. I mean, that buffalo, 800 kilograms of muscle, so 1,600 pounds of muscle just wading through the water. Can he get stuck? Sure. He probably hasn't had a decent meal for many months now. And although his belly's full of dried grass, it's not very nutritious. So he would be feeling the energy slump. Nikki, good morning, right back to you. And I couldn't agree with you more. It really is a beautiful sight. Hopefully you and Batman are enjoying, or will enjoy the show for the entirety. Batman is a cat that seems to relish watching the WildEarth show, probably more for the impala and the birds than the buffalo and the elephant, but I suppose each of us to our own. Yeah, the mud was too thick for that buffalo. We'll go and lie up somewhere else. He was trying to get a drink. I saw him have a bit of a mouthful, but there wasn't much there. Let's see if he manages to get another one. The elephants are very curious about him. None of them are really paying him much attention at all, except this one coming down there to give him a bit of a sniff. He had a few mock charges from the youngsters. Oh, there he's found some water now. No, still just sniffing it out. That water must be disgusting. So 50, you saying that the buffalo is rather brave. That is, if there was one word to describe a buffalo, it would be brave. They really are just immune to feeling fear. And it's because of all the big five, they the only ones to get hunted. From when this buffalo was born to now, which is, I don't know, 15, 16, 17 years ago, pretty much every moment of his life, he's been the prey item for lion. And sorry about that big jump there. These manning these cameras is actually a very difficult, or controlling these cameras is actually a very difficult thing to do. They sometimes lose connection and then just wonder, have a brain of their own. And that's what happened there. It's all good. It's just part of the fun of bringing you live video feeds from some of the most remote locations in Africa. It's all good. And just have a look at the definition, the clarity on the camera, and the fact that we can zoom. It's really cool. So yeah, so brave is absolutely a great way to describe a buffalo, often to their detriment, and it's because they get hunted from when they're born. So when a buffalo reaches the age of that buffalo that you saw there now, they really are just, they know the difference between a real threat and just things bluffing at them, and so they don't really care. They're just desensitized. Feeling a bit calmer now. There's that buffalo. He's found himself a puddle now to drink in the middle. I mean, I don't think that now's the best time to drink. I think it would have been better to just let the water settle and the settlement start to sink. Let's see what this young elephant... I thought this young elephant was going to come chase these impala again. But it seemed like everything's just calming down to a mild panic. This is really a 5-star sighting. dozens and dozens of elephants just sort of doing their thing. Many different herds. I think there's a herd there at the back. There's this herd in the front, the herd on the right at the back on the right hand side of the buffalo. Then you've got another herd on the far right drinking at the pan. I think there's easily 4, possibly 5, maybe 6 herds of elephant here. There you go. Another one on the far bank there. Another herd of elephant in the far distance underneath the tree. In case you're wondering about this pile of sand, there's you may even be hearing some noises of construction. So Jamala was burnt down and is being rebuilt furiously. And so you'll hear these noises, and of course inside they've come and delivered some of the red sand that Madikwe is famous for whatever purpose, you don't really know. Here's a little one desperately trying to reach the water. The bank is just a bit too steep for him. There's one feeding.
World Animal Day is here, and WildEarth is rallying for a battle of the ages. One naturalist reigns victorious, and the time for redemption has arrived. It's Safari Bingo. Catch the chaos and contention as our naturalists compete to spot the most animals. Join us on our sunset safaris and spot the next sovereign of the safari. WildEarth, we are Safari.
So almost all of these little herd units will be led by a matriarch. At times like this, when you've got, 60, 70, 80 elephant around the place, it's quite tough to figure out which matriarch is with which herd. And then there is a chance that the matriarchs are related in a way, so sisters or cousins. As elephant numbers do expand, once a herd reaches, sort of 12 individuals, it'll splinter. The 2 oldest cows would split with their family groups. And the 2 oldest cows could be mother and her first daughter. So can you imagine that after some time, the They are related to one another. And then conglomerations like this are also because of that relation. But it's tough to say. You got to follow these elephant and know who they are before you can make that sort of prediction for this particular collection. Which is Ellie on the left using the rock to great effect as a scratching post. You can see how it's rounded off that piece of sediment. The years and years of just elephant brushing up against it. Also the wood and the stumps, like warthog elephant, really enjoy a good butt scratch when they can get one. I suppose it is a hard to reach place with a round body like that and round feet. Why not? And of course, let's not leave the armpits out of the equation. Another rock, another perturbance, and another opportunity as he got his face full of mud. So with so much going on and with so much activity around, it's not uncommon for animals to get stuck. Impala will get chased into the mud by whatever, and young elephant and females that are weak can also get stuck. Males that are injured or weak can also get stuck in the mud. And so from time to time, you do find these very disturbing pieces of footage of animals stuck. And this is the time of the year when that happens. And it happens when animals are forced to do things that they're not, they don't consider. Lions chase them into the pan, or they get a frightened jump, or take a bit too much of a risk trying to get to the water. Any number of reasons cause animals to get stuck. And usually it's terminal without some sort of intervention. And it doesn't always have to be human intervention. Hippo, it's been known that elephant will go and try and save things. It's really, it's crazy what you see animals do in times of stress, and always a surprise. But that is the way of the things out here. All right, so we've been here for a couple of minutes now, and obviously one of the great things about the Live at the Waterhole show is that we've got these cameras all over locations, all over the place, and it would be doing them a disservice if we didn't go and have a look at them. So why don't we pop across to Namibia, to Tosha, and go and have a look at what's happening around Okokweya. Just like that, a couple of thousand kilometers away, and almost the length of an entire country. And we're now at Okokweya Pan in Namibia's Etosha National Park, quite close to the Angolan border. And we've got a mix of different animals here. We've got a fairly large herd of springbuck. They're the smallest ones that you see in the foreground. We've got a kudu on the left, female, greater kudu female. On the right-hand side of the pan, we've got a black-faced impala, an endemic subspecies of the common impala. And then right at the back, we've got a southern oryx, a couple of southern oryx, with their straight horns. And then on the very far left, we've got some zebra coming in. So this pan this morning is heaving. Not with elephant this time, but just an absolute diversity of antelope. Pretty much all of the common species out here: springbuck, kudu, impala, gemsbuck or oryx, and zebra. Here comes the zebra. Wind also blowing out there today. Doesn't look like it's blowing too much. The sky is still blue, but it's got that slight reddish haze to it. Water ruffled. Also going to be a hot day out here today. And again, true to form. Doesn't matter where you look in the picture, there's animals moving. For the first time, we're seeing them congregating under the shade of that big acacia tree. They're moving through the forest clump there in the background. And this is just pretty much the definition of Etosha in October. For those of you with a sharp eye, you'll notice that the oryx, like the ones standing in the water, are slightly different from the ones that we see at Old Donyo, in that they're grayer and just slightly bigger. These are the southern oryx. The ones up in Kenya are the fringe-eared oryx. And although they're quite rare, the fringe-eared oryx, I do like the southern oryx more for some reason. It's just, I like the contrasting colors more. I like the additional length of horn. They're just prettier for me. But that is obviously highly subjective, and beauty is the eye of the beholder. And so you're welcome to your opinion. This one in the background here with the extra long horns, they're working behind the zebra, is a female. Females have slightly longer horns than males, a couple of inches longer. And she's got an extravagant pair of horns. They're just massive, and they get sort of out of proportion. And she'd be able to wield them very effectively as weapons in defense of herself or her babies' lives, with lion being the major predator for them in this area. Impala and the springbuck you can see now in the left-hand quadrant. You can correspond them together. Impala lack that very distinctive black stripe down the side, and also slightly bigger and a slightly more reddish brown color than the springbuck. Impala also slightly less heat tolerant, and so it won't be as active as what the springbuck are. And they're also not as drought resistant, springbuck being pretty hardy things. There's one swimming there. We've noticed that they swim so often here. That one submerged its entire back. It's only its head was sticking out at this stage. And just as your observation and your question was exactly to that point, Etosha being in the middle of a desert and without these artificial water points, would have very little surface water and permanent surface water, that they don't have any crocodiles. Look at that springbuck now having a proper swim. That's the first time we've watched a springbuck submerge pretty much up to its head. They swim quite well, so don't worry. I don't think it's in any danger of drowning. But no, Justice, there's no crocodiles in Etosha. And so historically there must have been, because Etosha's and the salt pan is actually the lowest point of an inland sea many hundreds, well, not many hundreds of millions ago, years ago, but many, many, many millions of years ago. But when it dried up and became the salt pan that it is today, the crocodiles went extinct in this area. And now we've got these large expanses of water relatively. And I think the animals that live here have sort of lost their fear of open water because they don't have a crocodile population. So we see them wading into the water and going for a swim like that one did often. Watch this one there in the background. You'll watch, he'll just wade in. You'll never see that in a place that has crocodile. So in the Kruger National Park, on the Zambezi River, you won't see that. Is it unique? I've only seen it in one other area on the Buteti River, which flooded for the first time in living memory about, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago. And I watched a number of animals who would normally be also quite fearful of open water, also wade into the water to enjoy the coolness and access some vegetation that was very lush inside the water. Yeah, it is fairly unique. Right. We obviously have got other video feeds, and as epic as what Jamala and Okakoya have been, let's go and have a look at what's happening at Juma and get an update from there. Ah, cool. So we got some Ellies at Juma. So we've gone from, where did we open? We opened up in Madekwe Game Reserve on the borders of South Africa and Botswana. We then went over to Namibia, northern Namibia, close to the Angolan border. And now we're in the Greater Kruger National Park, close to the Mozambican border in South Africa. Looking at some Ellies as well. Also, it looks like two herds and a hippo there in the shallows. Or maybe only one herd of elephant. Pretty cool nonetheless. Is that a hippo or a rock? Maybe a rock. There are a couple of hippos in this river. I don't think that wet rock that you saw there was one. But, it is a Sunday, I suppose. See, these Ellies are listening to something out there in the bush. Both cows. You can see the wind busy blowing. Elephants don't like the wind. It gets them edgy. You can see how hard the wind is actually blowing out there. It's been blowing an absolute gale. And for those of you who are lucky enough to watch the sunrise safari this morning, apparently it was proper windy this morning as well. It felt like my house was being wanting to blow away the whole morning. But it's all good. It's just the change. Well, this particular wind has been brought on by a cold front that was released from Antarctica and very swiftly moved across the country, disturbing the atmosphere in any number of ways, and bringing in some cloud and the chance of rain. Not here today, but further south. But it is kicking up dust into the atmosphere, and that's what's needed from a rainfall point of view. So once the summer rain starts to develop, which is all usually thermally induced, hot air, hot warm air rising after hot days, and as it cools, it condenses. It needs to condense around a dust particle, otherwise it won't rain. And so these winds are important. Very tough to be walking out there in the bush today. Wind has a twofold outcome in that wind carries your scent. Ah, there's the hippo. Wind carries your scent much further downwind than what it would normally do, but it also focuses it. Andrew, the video guy, you've asked, do we know how many elephants are in the Kruger National Park? Actually, I don't have this year's census numbers, Andrew, to be honest with you. Let me see if I can find them, or the most recent census figures, because it would be quite interesting. They have actually increased in number dramatically in the Kruger Park over the last couple of years, exponentially, in fact. So let me just see if I can find something for you. Give me one sec.
want to touch the lives of future protectors of our Earth? Thanks to our wonderful WildEarth explorers, WildEarth Kids is back. Sign your class up for WildEarth schools and enjoy a special virtual field trip to Africa with interactive learning tailored for kids.
Very warm welcome to the kids from WildEarth Primary School.
We'll be dedicating the first hour of sunset safaris every Wednesday to our planet's future defenders. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
It's such a great view of Djuma over the pan. It's a windy day today, not that hot, so it's we're about 10 degrees centigrade cooler than we were yesterday. So I'm assuming that our the amount of animals that are going to come down to the pan today will be less than they were yesterday, and the reset rate will be longer as well. So we're going to wait a couple of minutes between when animals come and go from the pan. And the hippos won't change though, which is quite nice. But considering that we need to wait a few minutes for something new to come down to the Djuma pan, why don't we go and have a look at Madikwe again, where we still have those elephants around Jamala. So there you go. As you can see, a very different scene. Clear blue skies, not a lot of wind at all, and sharply contrasting grey elephant clustered around the freshwater inlet at Jamala's Waterhole. It's just a trickle of water that comes in, but each elephant will have their turn, with the biggest ones, the biggest, oldest ones, having first dibs, and then the youngsters coming in that are not weaned, well, that are weaned and need the water. They'll come in and have their mouthful once the adults have had their fill. You can see them all clustered around here now. All had their. Oh, there's an elephant swimming on the left-hand side, a youngster. This pan has just been unbelievable with elephant today. We probably have in the region of about 50 elephant here. It's quite tough to get a fix on their numbers. Well done to the Zumi controlling the camera. It's so difficult. You can see those ellies there in the background, just waiting their turn. Oh, they're two swimming. That's so cool. And then all of a sudden, one herd decided that they needed to make space for another one and vacated the drinking spot. We really don't know where to look at the moment. We want to obviously punch in and have a look at things. What are you doing? Oh, there's a big boy coming in and now causing hassles for everyone. What a tool. What are you doing? He's herding everyone away. Very excited. There's one nursing. A lot of the babies, when it starts to get a little bit risky around these pans, will go straight to mom. And so, with that bull that came rushing in there now, I don't know what he was doing. Anyway, with him coming in there and upsetting the apple cart, most of the babies just immediately sidled up to mom. And what better protection could you get? I think even that bull will have to pause in his activities if an angry cow elephant decided to give him a bit of a go. Oh, little baby, these guys now stood up out of their mud. Just babies everywhere. The population of Ellies is so healthy in Madikwe. In fact, I was told by one of the landowners the other day that there's probably a few too many elephants. They're doing so well. Michelle, you sent in a comment to say that it's absolutely amazing to see all of them. I agree with you, Michelle. Gosh, it's just been an incredible sighting around Jamala today. And we opened up and we were 50 or 60 elephant, and I don't think their numbers have actually reduced. There's been a lot of elephant that have gone. I think more have arrived. Let's see. So I don't really know where to look, actually. There's something going on in every sector of the pan. So what we'll do is we'll just sort of swing around and see if we can find anything noteworthy to look at. The best is obviously swimming youngsters. There you got a bit of a crash going on. One's been lying down already, the other one's like slipping on the bank there. That mud must be so stinky. These wallows have a particular smell this time of the year. You can smell them from, I don't know, even humans can smell them from kilometers away sometimes. And what happens is the mud itself is stirred up and it's anaerobic in most places. So there's a lack of oxygen because of the high sediment. And so you get a whole bunch of stinky bacteria growing in there. And then, of course, the elephants often defecate and urinate while they're busy here's one having a bit of a belly scratch and leg scratch and a mouth scratch. All right, so we got the health spa over here. And so often you find sort of high nitrate levels inside these water pans, which again sort of accelerate all this stinkiness that comes out of these pans. All the position, the gases associated to anaerobic conditions and decomposition. And yeah, it's not the nicest smelling thing at all. That Ellie getting a proper belly scratch from that rubbing post. Like I said, in some cases, these rubbing posts are used for decades because of the type of hardwood that they're made of, and will be polished up by the elephant and rhino and buffalo and warthog over the years. I mean, you can wash them off with your water bottle, and they've got the most unbelievable shine to them. You can actually see how round that rubbing post has been rubbed. It's almost like it's clubbed, polished into a dome. See that? Quite cool. Of course, when you're tracking elephant in the bush, wet mud on a rock or a stick. So yeah, there's you can see that these ellies have calmed down a little bit. I mean, every now and again they get a bit of activity, like when that bull came in. There's a youngster having a sand bath. You can have a look at him there in the background. He's dug himself a bit of a sand pit there and is now just rolling around. It's pretty cool. Maybe even going for a bit of a snooze. In the middle of the screen, at the back there in the shade, there's a youngster that's just flopped down. Like I said, it's actually quite tough to get a grip on whatever action is here. Now, elephant, that gives us an interesting point to talk about, because elephant do and will sleep on their sides. You often find youngsters just taking a moment and sleeping like that. I won't sleep for very long. This particular Ellie looks like he's just having a sand bath, though, so I don't think he's having a snooze. But that's how elephant lie down, and that's how an elephant gets up. Look at that. That even an adult elephant gets up exactly the same way. And you can see that it looks pretty awkward. Oh no, he's going to flop out on his other side. And mom just sort of standing by patiently, just waiting for the little one. My boy is exactly the same. Given the chance to roll around in the sand, he will do it every single time and has done since he was born. A proper little dust monkey. That is just so cool. All right, we've got a few gremlins creeping into the scene, and we're going to get a quick shape breakup because of that. It's okay. We've got a team of technicians on board to sort it out, but what we are going to be doing is linking over quickly to Okakoyo, and why don't we go and see what's happening around the water there? And same, but different is what I want to say. We left the pan just now heaving with animals, and it's no different now, but a slightly different mix. So not as many springbuck. The impala are still underneath the shade of the huge acacia tree on the left, and then we've got two oryx. It looks like in the water. Yeah, some oryx, and the kudu have disappeared. It's interesting, how these plans change. Okokwe around this time of the year reset sort of every 15 to 25 minutes. And there we've got the next group coming in. They look like zebra. But it doesn't matter where you look, there's animals moving. Such a great pan. And this is how it is 24/7. In fact, the activity actually I found increases at nighttime around this time of the year. And it's because it's a little bit easier to move when it's dark, I think, at least anyway. It's cooler. And so animals do come down this time of the year. In fact, many of you would have heard the story before, but for the benefit of those that are new to the show, the first time I went to Etosha, I actually slept next to the pans, took my sleeping bag there and rested. How legal that is, I don't know. I wasn't asked to leave, and it was a spectacle of note. I snoozed, woke up, black rhino being hunted by lion, then leopard hunting steenbuck, then elephant, just an uncountable elephant. And it was just this changing tapestry the whole night. It was crazy.
Welcome to Africam, your window to Africa's wild spaces. Immerse yourself in the captivating sights and sounds of nature. With our high-definition cameras, you'll feel like you're right there, in the heart of the action, where every moment is a surprise waiting to unfold. Join our global community of wildlife enthusiasts as we witness nature's drama unfold in real time.
Now, it is WildEarth's mission to connect wildlife to nature, or people to nature, reconnect people with nature. And one of the ways that you can help us to do that is by visiting the website and clicking on the donate button, please. It would be much appreciated. Every little cent helps. And I, for one, absolutely love this particular show and everything that WildEarth does. It's really such a great way to, in a very special way, interact with nature. We're not having any influence over these animals whatsoever. We don't change the way that they go about their things, and we're able to look at what they're doing very, very closely and in amazing detail without disturbing them. And I think that it, for me, is one of the great aspirations of an observer of the wilderness. I keep on saying to my kids, harmony, not disruption, is the aim of the game. So the mix is slowly changing. It's an ever-changing sort of evolution. Unlike we saw at Juma a little bit earlier, where animals tend to come down to the water and then go, and then uh, the spot is vacant for a while. Etosha is one of those ones which just evolve. The animals roll through, and every 25 minutes or so, you look up and you think, "Oh, we're gonna," we had two zebra, now we got 20, or we had two zebra, now we got oryx, and we had 50 springbuck, and now we've got a cheetah. It really is one of those locations which the animals just sort of roll through and roll out, and it's because it's hot out here, and it's far between where you've got food and where you've got water, and so you can't waste time. You come, you drink, you go. Whereas at other locations, often we see, particularly elephants, spending long periods of time, and as is the case with Jamala today, we have had elephants there all the time. Ula, morning, Ula. Great to hear from you this morning. I know Ula's calling us from Germany, and oh, sorry, Ula, I was on mute there. I have this habit of clicking my mute button, and so excuse me. Ula, you wanted to know if I slept on the ground or on a rooftop tent when I was in Etosha. I slept on the ground in a tent. I love sleeping in tents, and so for me, sleeping in a tent on the ground is singularly the best thing. Um, and the campsites at in Etosha are right next to the pans, so you hear them from where you sleep, and in some cases can see them. And I have this great memory of me on my last morning in Etosha, the last time I was there, no, not the second last time I was there, waking up to this almighty crash and the face of a honey badger a couple of inches in front of my nose. We were staring at each other at eye level, and he gave me this big growl and, quite disgusted that I was looking at him going through our dustbin. And he then sorted off to our neighbor's campsite and raided their dustbin as well at the same time. And it was from that we learned how to ratchet strap our dustbins closed. So after that ordeal, which was terrifying, you don't often wake up with a metal dustbin crashing next to your head in a wildlife reserve, and then face to face, instantly you wake up all groggy from not much sleep during the night to see a honey badger right there. And after that, we realized that ratchet strapping our dustbins closed was the only way. And it was actually comical the rest of our trip, which was over the next 2 weeks. In fact, almost every night we had either baboons during the day and honey badgers at night rolling the dustbins around and trying their utmost to get past this ratchet strap. Anyway, never managed it on that trip. So kudos to us. Tracy, you've asked an interesting question. Goodness me. Would we find clip springers at any of the waterhole locations? So I'll answer you in a bit, Tracy. But for our viewers who don't know what clip springers are, literally translated, it means rock jumpers. And they're a type of dwarf antelope that occurs in South and Southern Africa and East Africa as well. And they are associated to rocky outcrops usually. And Tracy, now to answer your question, you will actually find clip springers coming off of rocks and coming down to the water's edge to drink. And I suppose, just think of a location that we most likely would see clip springers at. I'm wanting to say our Olifants River, Africam Olifants River camera, because the rocky outcrops dominate that area. The river in that particular location cuts through a series of a hilly series of very rocky outcrops. And the most likely place that we'd see a klipspringer would be there. So, yes, to answer your question, specifically, in my opinion, the Africam Olifants River camera feed, but we'd need to be quick to ID that. They come down, drink, and skedaddle as fast as they can. Places like this, for instance, you're unlikely to see klipspringer. They would occur here. They do, in fact, occur here, um, but further west from this location. And you can see that rocky hill in the background, far in the background. In fact, it's the first time that I've noticed there is a hill in the background. That's far west in Etosha, where those hills are common, and there you'd find klipspringer. But they wouldn't walk this distance to come to water. Those two springbuck having a bit of a tussle there on the left-hand side. You can see that. One decided that he wasn't strong enough. So I hope that answered your question, Tracy. We always find them, not at this particular feed. But they come out of the hills, the Chiulu Hills in Adaldanyo. Also, not sure that the hills are close enough to that particular water source. And then in Madikwe, there are a lot of klipspringer as well, also on the Inselbergs and on the rocky ridges. But again, if I think to Jamala and to Tau, the water itself there is a little bit too far away from the rocks for us to see klipspringer there. So yeah, that's a great question there, Tracy. I love these questions that we have to sort of use our intellect and think a little bit and have a bit of a debate about it. And anyone can read up some information somewhere and spout it out. So for me, I quite enjoy these discussions where we have to think about things. So thank you. Thanks for sending that through. As you can see, more springbuck are just coming in from the adjacent plains. Having a look here. Let me give you the definition of calcrete. Sorry, while we're having a look at these white plains around this pan, let me give you the definition of calcrete. That's the rock that we're having a look at here. Give me 1 second. So this is the definition from Britannica. Calcrete is also called hard pan, and it's a rich crust on the soil. It is formed on a calcareous materials, as a result of climatic fluctuations in arid and semi-arid regions. Calcite is dissolved in drying conditions, is precipitated out as the water evaporates. Rainwater saturated with carbon dioxide then acts as an acid and also dissolves calcium, redeposits it as a precipitate on the surfaces of the soil. That's what we are seeing. We're seeing calcrete, and not at this particular pan, but definitely the saltwater springs that we see on the edge of the Etosha National Park salt pan. They've got these springs that pop up from under the ground, and they are white. It's like almost like a plaster cement, and that is the calcite that is now being basically dissolved in the water by all the salt and by whatever rain falls here. And is as a result of just this area drying out dramatically over the last 100 million years or so. It's always as a geologist by education, I suppose. I've never been a practicing geologist in my life. Actually, that's not true. I was a trainee for a stage during a couple of my holidays. we tend to think in sort of geologic time frames. I do at least anyway. So this particular area as a point, a geographic point, it going from being an inland lake sea of vast proportions to a desert with a salt pan at the moment is just something that I find absolutely fascinating. And when you're looking at, currently when we look at the world in general and we have a view of the ferocity of the weather systems we're having a look at the moment over any particular area, whether it be tornadoes and hurricanes, mudslides, volcanoes, massive seas and tides. It's all sign of the times. Things are changing, but that is a constant in this Earth's history, ever changing. Obviously, accelerated by various things like our impact on the environment is a definite. But I suppose a little bit too deep for now. I quite enjoy just watching these springbuck and being, not doing. You can see that the tree has got a blush of flowers and new leaves. We are in spring. Spring was on the 1st of September here. And our summertime, I suppose, will kick in on the 1st of January. Sorry, no, the 1st of December, excuse me. So summertime will be the 1st of December here and will last until the end of March. Gives us such a nice view. Are those flowers or leaves? They look like flowers. Should be flowers. Can you imagine the insect activity around there? Great place for a leopard to hang out on that horizontal branch at the bottom. And there we've got a dust devil in the background. So cool. So these acacias, they store up energy for a very showy flower display early on in the season. And push out flower is one of the first trees, in fact, to flower. And they flower in sort of August, September, so just at the end of winter, beginning of summer. And then will produce an abundance of seed pods and leaves. And we're just busy having a look. We're celebrating this tree on the edge of Utosha's Okakweo Waterhole. We have been seeing it going from bare branches during winter, putting out its first show of flowers or spray of flowers. And now we can see that there's a few little dots of green there. And so it'll be moving from just flowers. They don't produce leaves first, flowers first, then leaves, and then later on in the season, an abundance of seed pods, which will then be eaten and dispersed and fall in a shower around this tree. And hopefully it's a good year, and a good looking tree like this spreads its seeds far and wide. It deserves it. You can see how effective the tree is at capturing sunlight. So obviously trees turn sunlight into energy through a process called photosynthesis. Great way, if you think about it. Amount of energy that is coming onto this planet every day from the sun is just off the scale. And trees figured out energy from sunlight long before humans thought they were clever enough to do it. But when we go a little bit wider just now, you'll notice how effective the tree is at capturing sunlight by the size and the intensity of shade produced under it. So having compound leaves like this tree does, and not big single leaves, but many leaflets on each leaf, they can angle and fill every gap, and you can see underneath this tree it's almost complete shade. No sun getting through onto those impala whatsoever. So very effective at getting every single little bit of sunlight that's hitting that tree onto a leaf and producing food. There's some other herd of animals is coming out of the hard pan on the left hand side. Don't know what they are just yet. They look big enough to be zebra. Don't see horns. Yep, zebra. There's the distinctive profile of a zebra. And that sort of head down. They could be wildebeest. They walk very similar, but they just look like zebra. Diana, you've sent through a comment saying you learned so much from WildEarth. I'm super chuffed to hear about that, Diana. Yeah, we're a great bunch of we're a great team, but we all learn from each other, to be honest with you. Obviously, the naturalists have their particular skills, but we've got a multitude of other staff members who do their thing spectacularly. Really a great bunch of professionals. And then, of course, there's not discounting that you viewers out there are pretty sharp. You guys are very smart and obviously have an aptitude and a passion for what you're looking at. And of course, we all pick up various bits and pieces of information from any number of sources and our own experience. And then we come here to share it with each other, which is very cool. So yeah, it's a great community and a great thing to do. I'm always amazed at how big this salt pan, this calcrete pan actually looks. But in fact, animals cross it very quickly. Yesterday we had a chat about whether or not we would see sable antelope. So this morning we had a chat about whether or not we'll see klipspringer. And there's an outside chance at some of the feeds. Yesterday we asked if we were going to see sable. Again, similar answer, yes, possible at some of the locations. And I remember when I was working in the Kruger National Park on its eastern boundary at one of the concessions, that we had a herd of sable on the concession. They're huge concessions of 15, 20,000 hectares. And there was a herd of sable that used to come in from time to time. And I loved showing my guests these sable. But it was really only feasible during the dry time of the year like now, when the sable walked an incredible distance midday to come and drink at a pan on the western side of the concession. So they'd cross from one side to another easily, goodness, a span of 10, maybe 15 kilometers. So a 30-kilometer round trip from where they were eating and where they liked to eat and to drink every day until the rains fell. And so these animals, my point being is that these animals could come from literally anywhere that you can see, even all the way out there into the distance. It wouldn't surprise me to know that they walked, many, many, many kilometers every day to come here and drink, and then back again to where they get their food. Neri, you've sent in a comment saying that you're watching from Adelaide in Australia. So welcome to, hello. Not welcome. You've probably been watching for a while. For those of you who are wondering how many hours in front of us Neri is, let me just give a time thing here quickly. I think it's about 9 hours, but let me just check quickly. So 8 hours and 30 minutes or so in front of us at the moment. So Neri, you're coming to the end of your Sunday already. It's 12 o'clock now, so you're almost ready for bed. And so I hope you've had a great Sunday.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leonbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
Of at least anyway. So I don't think that there's any special muscle that impala have that any other animal with a tail doesn't have. I just think that they don't make extravagant gestures with their tails. And it's probably, and this is just me making a suggestion here, right? It's probably because when they waving their tails about furiously, you're creating a noticeable action. And when you're on the menu for so many things, what you want to try and do is make sure that you don't stick out. So don't wave your tail around. Don't be extravagant with your movements. And you just increase the chance of you not being seen by a predator or picked out by a predator. I know that in our tracking evaluations, so through the various certifications as a field guide, tracking is one of them. And there's a system. There's two different, well, there's a couple of different evaluations, but there's one of the evaluations that you use marks you down for making extravagant gestures. And so when you're walking through the bush, the objective is to try and be as unobtrusive as possible, seeking harmony and not disruption, and waving your hands about or flapping around or fidgeting, you mark down for that. And we've got those zebra that have finally now all managed to coming down to the water and all have waded in. They've come for a drink. Don't look like they're too feisty. Here, these two springbuck are still busy boxing each other. You can see these two springbuck here. Definitely arguing an argument with each other. It's pretty cool. Seem to have sorted it out. All right, so welcome to the Live at the Waterhole show. This is the second part of the show. Well, close to the second part of the show. My name is Stefan Winterboer, and I'm your naturalist currently. And we have opened this portion on the Africam Tau Lodge feed up in Madikwe. And with two giant bull elephant, some springbuck, those are those little antelope with a dark stripe on the side, and a wildebeest between the elephant in the background there. And then for you bird lovers out there, the two birds on the right-hand side of the screen at the bottom are blacksmith lapwings, and the black bird in the water is either a common moorhen or a red-knobbed coot. Difficult to identify at this particular distance. I see there's a three-banded plover on the edge of the water left of the dark-colored bird, and we've got some ostrich wandered into the screen. It is a live show, and so what you're seeing now is happening as it's happening. There's a two ostrich. It's pretty cool. Heaviest birds on the planet. And that elephant just saying, how are you doing? Let's see what he's busy doing. Looks like he's got his ears open. He's listening to something. These ostrich are clever, thirsty. You can hear the Egyptian geese in the background there, I think. voicing their displeasure at being disturbed. So we've got another elephant that's coming in from a mud bath. There's a huge wallow off on the right-hand side. You can see he's obviously been there first. Oh, there's 4 elephant here. All bulls, no females in this particular portion of the shot. All full-grown adults. Slaking their thirst. That is one of the larger bodies of water that we have, or pans or dams, little dams that we have access to. The show is interactive, and so you are welcome to please ask me as many questions as you want to send through, observations or topics for debate, anything that you want to chat about. If you don't know how to do that, you just have to log on to the WildEarth website and register. Following the prompts from there should be pretty simple. And you can send through a comment. As you'll notice, very powerful legs, but capable of doing significant damage. Kicking out. A little bit windy in Madikwe at the moment. It was dead quiet a little bit earlier on this morning, but the wind has picked up and is making it a bit noisy. Not too much of a problem, but we do have a number of cameras situated all the way around Southern Africa, Namibia, and Kenya. And so, without further ado, why don't we shoot up to Kenya and go and see what's happening around Africa and Moldova. Aha. Got a frozen picture there. It's okay. The unfrozen. Here we have an absolutely enormous impala ram. That is the first thing that struck me, is just how magnificent this impala ram's horns are. 2 Maasai giraffe, and it looks like another giraffe in the background there. Gosh, this impala has got a magnificent pair of horns. Here we've got an eland, Patterson's eland, a bull. These accompanying oxpeckers between him and the giraffe. And another massive impala ram coming in here to give us a bit of a show. I think this one drinking is still bigger. Impalas in East Africa tend to grow much bigger horns than in South Africa, even though at Madikwe, like we were just at, has some magnificently horned impala. They're not this big. Goodness. Almost looks out of proportion. Such a great view. The giraffe decided he's had enough, or she's had enough at least to drink anyway. Heading off into the bush for a feed. They eat just leaves and twigs. Similar to these impala dissimilar to these impala who are mixed feeders. They will graze and they will browse depending on the time of the year. And different to the eland again, who are just strictly grazers. They just eat grass. Quite interesting to note. Tallest and the largest antelope on the African continent are vegetarian. Justice, you'd like to know what time we'd find carnivore animals drinking? Anytime is the answer, but mostly at night. So carnivores tend, depending on the carnivore, so let me be a little bit more specific. If you're referring to lion and leopard, they are mostly nocturnal and will come down to the pans sunrise, sunset, and at night time. If you're talking about cheetah and wild dog, they are mostly diurnal, so daytime animals. And they might come down sunrise and sunset and during the day. And the shyer, smaller carnivores like jackal, for instance, we've seen during the day, but they will come anytime, day or night. Things like caracal, serval, genet, you'd expect more at night time. So it just really depends on what carnivore, but nocturnal carnivores like lion and leopard mostly at night, diurnal carnivores or daytime carnivores like wild dog and cheetah during the day, but during the heat of the day, not much moves around. And so you're looking at early morning, late afternoon, and evening being the best for carnivore activity. So cool seeing this giraffe drinking. We see it often. I never get tired of it. All right, so what happened there is that we lost the picture. A little gremlin crept into the system. It is okay. It happens all the time. We have a team of very skilled experts busy sorting it out. So we'll have Holtonio back online in no time whatsoever. And it happens because we bring you these fantastic live videos in such massively high definition from some of the most remote locations in Africa. And from time to time, we get a bit of a problem with the system. Now it goes. It is Africa after all. So where we've come to now is we've moved from Kenya all the way south back into South Africa into Madikwe, and we're at Jamala, and we've had this enormous herd of elephant pretty much since the show started this morning around the water and the mud. There were as many as 50. I was assuming around about 50 elephant, maybe even more than that this morning, and we've got about half that number here now, but nonetheless still spectacular. And they're doing a variety of different things. They are showering and mud bathing, having a good old scratch and a day at the spa or morning at the spa, and then drinking and having their turn to drink at the freshwater inlet that these elephants in the foreground are clustered around. And it really has just been such a joy to watch. So much action that at a point we didn't even know where to look. It was so much going on. Rachel, you'd like to know if when elephants shake their heads, it's usually a sign of displeasure. Goodness, Rachel. Yes, I think that displeasure would be a one of the one of the telltale signs of that. But they also feel insecure. They'll also shake their heads. So you can hear the trumpeting at the moment and the screeching going on, and that's because there's only one freshwater inlet into this pan, and it's around about where these ellies are clustered. And elephants love fresh water. So although they're usually quite tolerant of one another, the the pressure sometimes increases, especially when you've got ellies of the same size around the pan. And then when frustrations reach a point, they'll voice their displeasure usually quite noisily, as you heard there. I'm assuming it was a bit of a scream and a trumpet. I don't have the same feedback from the audio point of view that you do. It would create problems with the microphone we're using. It's such a great view.
Attention all WildEarth fans. It's that time of the year when the sun rises earlier and sets later. And WildEarth is shifting show times. From October, our daily sunrise safari is moving an hour earlier, live at the Waterhole is moving an hour later, and our daily sunset safari is moving half an hour later. Don't miss a moment. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
See, these elephants are still busy shouting at one another. And it's just that frustration around the water. You can see the youngster not wanting to understand at all. It must be quite tough for them, actually. I mean, I don't think that they are battling in any way, but all right. Let's give these elephants time to just calm down and do their thing and celebrate the fact that we've got so many feeds from all over the place. Why don't we go and have a look at what has come down to the water at Tinkoro? Goodness me, a huge herd of Cape buffalo. That is so cool. So we've come about 1,000 kilometers east, moving from the Dikwa Game Reserve in South Africa. We're still in South Africa now, but we're now in the Greater Kruger National Park, and just everywhere are buffalo. These are Cape buffalo, the only buffalo that we find in Africa. And it looks like there's a couple of hundred buffalo here. It's an enormous herd. As you saw, there was a little bit of a picture freeze, and it was just part of bringing you these great live pictures in the definition that we do from these very remote areas. Is one of those things. Wow. As you would have noticed, we do have male and female buffalo have horns. Male buffalo usually have these like quite robust horns, thick set, whereas the females have got slightly more dainty horns. See if you can pick out the difference between the males and the females. Excuse the picture breakup again, like I said. It's just moving, lots of movement and contrasting colors, and the video doesn't like it. So now coming into the center of the screen is a bull buffalo. You notice how thick that boss, that center piece of his horn is, as opposed to the female, which is now coming up to the center of the screen, much more dainty. There you can see the big prime bulls. They'll be on the outskirts. They won't be in the middle of the herd. They'll be on the outskirts. Their job is to squabble with one another over mating rights and their hierarchy, but also to provide a ring of protection around the cows and the calves. Females and their babies are generally in the center of the herd. You can see just the buffalo just streaming out of the bush everywhere. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, this camera is battling a little bit with picture breakup. Just one of those things. So why don't we go back to Jamala and go and have a look at those ellies. Love the way that we're going from one area to another. So Kruger, well, first we were in Madikwe, now Jamala, and then we were in the Kruger National Park, and then Corona, back to Jamala and Madikwe. And just the weather difference is crazy. So overcast and very windy in the Greater Kruger today, and sunny and beautiful in Madikwe. Although a little bit earlier we were at Tau and the wind was blowing quite hard as well. So maybe Jamala, being in this little bit of a valley, has protected it somewhat. Definitely doesn't look windy here at all. These ellies are still squabbling for the water around the inlet pipe. Same tuskless cow squabbling with, I don't know if it's a male or a female, it looks like a male. And these two babies just making the most of it. Just the ebb and flow of these ellies is crazy, and I'm assuming the noises you're hearing are just incredible. At some point, the frustration will become too much, and something's going to break here. You can see their tails cocked out to the side, that female with their tail cocking out to the side. That's a first indication that they're disturbed. There you can see that tail sort of out to the one side. She's definitely not a happy camper. That's for sure. So cool. Some of these elephants are just hyperactive and others are completely calm. And one on the far right of the screen, he's just been sitting out there on the edges, chilling next to that bush for quite some time. And this one in the very foreground in the center is also just calmly just waiting. A zebra have been in the mud. You can see how deep up their legs the mud is gone. Wants to come down for a drink. And Ellie being slightly less tolerant of the zebra at the background. Right, we've got a wonderful array of cameras up and running today. So why don't we go and have a look at Africam Tembi. Goodness me, that's a ginormous elephant. So now we've come pretty much as far east as we have cameras in South Africa. And we've come out to the Tembi Elephant Park, to Africam's Tembi Elephant Feed, and there you can just see why this area is well known for having some of the largest elephant on the continent. You can also see the dramatic change in weather. So it's raining there today. You can see the little spots of moisture and condensation on the camera's lens. We've just had a cold front come through, and the weather out there today is not the best. Not a bad day, bit blustery, and it's got a little bit of rain, but it's not stopping us from celebrating this huge tusked bull busy drinking at the pan, and the pair of woolly-necked stork, for those of you who are birders. Gosh, he's got a great set of tusks. The weather is just not great, as you can see. Blustery and windy. There's also a grey heron on the left-hand side of the elephant. Gosh, he is beautiful. Lenny, you'd like to know what is the harshest way one elephant will warn another? Goodness me. I suppose physically. So pushing with a tusk and doing damage to the other one. And it is very possible. Elephants bite and squabble and kick and tusk each other quite often. And you often see wounds on their flanks and on their butts from being pushed around by other elephants with sharp tusks. So that'd be what I'd suggest there, Lenny, and the fact that we do get elephants actually doing physical harm to one another with their tusks and with their teeth. But would they kill each other over a resource? I don't think so, but definitely some physical harm for sure. There in the distance we've got some antelope. They look to be either Nyala or Impala. Tough to say at this distance, but they look like Impala. I agree with Nadine.
World Animal Day is here, and WildEarth is rallying for a battle of the ages. One naturalist reigns victorious, and the time for redemption has arrived. It's Safari Bingo. Catch the chaos and contention as our naturalists compete to spot the most animals. Join us on our sunset safaris and spot the next sovereign of the safari. WildEarth, we are Safari.
Tough to say whether this elephant is wet like this from a swim or whether it's the rain. I'm going to say that it's probably the rain wetting him entirely, although from the presence of the mud that he's got in his ears and his flanks, he has had a bit of a mud bath. And so it is hard to say. This particular wallow, the one that he's at the moment, I was watching elephants swim here the day before yesterday, and 3 elephant pretty much submerged themselves in there, so it's a very deep waterhole. As you can see, the weather today at Tembe is not that great. Well, it's just different. It's not great or good in any way. This rain associated with a cold front that's come over, and it's blustery and a bit cold and drizzly. Definitely do look like impala from this distance. Now it's cleared up a little bit. There we can see it looks like it's pretty cool. Right, let's leave this weather at Tembe, and although as magnificent as what that elephant is, I think there are other feeds that we can get to that aren't quite as affected by the rain. So without further ado, why don't we fly up north back to Kenya and go and see what's happening at Africam Aldonia. And right off the bat, we got some zebra and some fringe-eared oryx. And you can see that also looks like some cloud buildup now above Aldonia. Yeah, Maasai giraffe coming in. Really quite cool. The usual suspects around the pan. Oh, goodness, look at that. There's a secretary bird. Epic. A pair of secretary birds. You know, we saw these birds first time a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, wow, when have we ever seen secretary birds on a feed? And it was just so cool. But since then, we've seen them quite often. I think these secretary birds live in this area, and we're just super lucky to see them on the camera feed. Definitely. I'm definitely not complaining. I love secretary birds. Those of you who are seeing it for the first time, they are premier snake killers, and we'll use those long legs. But sorry for that picture break up there. We've got the gremlins in the system today. All right. It was just a little bit too glitchy, the camera feed, and although quite sad that we're leaving for now, we're leaving the secretary birds. And at Aldonia, we've come back to Nkoro, where this buffalo herd is still around, a huge buffalo herd. I mean, like, looking at way over a couple of hundred, maybe 250, 300 buffalo even, and giving us a great view of themselves around this pan. Buffalo, of course, being part of the big five, the Cape buffalo. We don't have water buffalo in Africa. They do enjoy water, though, particularly the old bulls. And the last time we were with these buffalo a few minutes ago, we were teaching you about how to tell the difference between a male and a female. So far left, just below center, we've got a bull. You can see that huge boss, that center sort of forehead, thick horns, whereas the females, they've got daintier horns. So coming in on the left of the screen again, you've got that cow looking at us, 2 of them, 3 of them, And you can see how different the female horns are from the male horns. And when you start to look around, you'll be able to pick out with a little bit of practice the male buffalo from the female buffalo just with their horns. The largest bulls will be on the outskirts of the herd, with the females and their calves on the inside. And that's because, as big and scary as lions are, there's many, many tons of angry buffalo with sharp horns in this herd. And to effectively hunt buffalo, you need to harass the buffaloes until they stampede and then cut the buffalo out from the herd so that they lose their group cohesion and protection. Otherwise, lions will stand no chance. Well, a very small chance. Here comes a female and her calf in at the back, hunting her turn at the water. Oh, that's a pregnant female. Off on the right, off center. She is enormously pregnant. It's not uncommon to have lion or lion pride following a buffalo herd in this area. Luca, you'd like to know if there's a specific breeding time for buffalo. Luca, they'll have babies all year round. They're pregnant for about 11 months, so buffalo will have a baby once a year. But females will drop calves throughout the year, but there is an absolutely a higher birth rate in the summer months than there are in the winter months. So more buffalo babies are born in the winter, in the summer, because it's quite expensive from a metabolism point of view to produce milk. And so it's better for the females to have their babies in summer where they can get the food that they need to make the milk that they need. And then obviously that the babies are weaned pretty quick and will eat grass to give them as much weight going into the drier periods of the year as possible. You can see in the distance there, so many buffalo. Really nice to see. Goodness. As I was saying, it's not uncommon for buffalo herds to actually have prides of lion that follow them as the herd moves through one pride's area to another. But it usually, unless there's a very fortuitous moment, like buffalo being separated from one another and lions can quarter out to buffalo, generally speaking, they catch buffalo at night time, where they'll harass the buffalo herd into a stampede, and then will pick off youngsters or ones that are injured, or a careless buffalo that doesn't stick with the herd. But it's no mean feat to take down a buffalo like this. They are large and dangerous and brave, and many lions have been killed by buffalo trying to hunt them. In fact, prides have to specialize in killing buffalo. They have to teach themselves how to kill buffalo. It's not something that lions do without practice. Gosh, wherever you look, there's a buffalo at the moment. Massive herd of buffalo for this area. It's not uncommon to get buffalo herds of over 1,000, it's less common to get buffalo herds of over 1,000 anymore. Those herds are restricted to a few places in Africa. There used to be a lot more. But in the Kruger National Park, we get herds of about 250 to 400 buffalo. That's the sort of size of the buffalo herds, maybe as much as 600, but I haven't seen a herd of 600 buffalo in the park for many, many years. Usually it's about 250 to 400. And this looks like it's around about in that top of the range. Great to see.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
These buffalo that we're busy having a look at now really are just saturating the bush around here. There's an old bull. So we're chatting now about the fact that the oldest, biggest bulls will be on the outskirts. And there, coming up to the center of the screen now, you can see one of the old bulls. There's another one here. They almost always look grizzled. The prime bulls, in fact, looking really healthy, like this guy on the left. The oldest bulls will quite often fall away from the herds. They don't enjoy the hustle and bustle, the predator activity that these herds generate. And so you get older buffalo that break away, and then they become what's called dugger boys, which are either single bulls or in small herds with one another, small bachelor herds with one another, that hang around pools and pans and thick bush, sort of away from these breeding herds. They the cantankerous, dangerous ones you have to watch out for on bushwalk. He's still a relative youngster. There you can see the rear guard. We just saw the rear guard in the back. Okay, so he's not that young, but he's not an old bull buffalo. Once we zoom out again and have a look there in the distance, we'll see there at the top, you'll see those buffalo that bring out the rear. They hang around in these friendship groups, bonded friendship groups with one another, the bull buffalo. They form these associations with each other that last a lifetime. In fact, when the competition around these females and the calves gets too much, they will then break away, usually as a group with one another, and spend the rest of their lives with each other, looking after each other. It's really quite cool. All right, so if you didn't know from this morning, not only did we have a time change this morning, but we also got we're extending the Live at the Waterhole show for the time between safaris. And so I'm going to be handing over to Amy, another naturalist and my colleague, who'll be taking over the other portion of the show today. And so you guys are in for a treat in that from now going forwards for a while, we're going to be having an extended Live at the Waterhole show. And it's to cover the sort of dry season action that we got from all these pans. And so I'm going to say goodbye at this point and hand over to Amy, who's going to be taking over for the rest of the Live at the Waterhole show. We'll catch up with each other again at another point, I'm sure. But just from my point of view, thank you very much for everything today. Thanks for all your eyes on the screen, all your questions and comments. It's been a great day for debate and for discovery. And it's really, we've had some amazing content today. So don't go anywhere. I'm just saying goodbye, me. Amy's going to be taking over for the rest of the show. And I'm sure you'll have some fun with her. So from my part, ciao for now.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Steph, for handing over to me. It is so good to be back with everyone now this afternoon. And what a treat to have Live at the Waterhole extended. I'm sure lots of the viewers are very, very happy about that. I see that we've been treated this morning with quite a few different things that are going on. And as Steph mentioned, I am Amy, and yeah, I've done a few shows now, so I'm sure that we have all our regular viewers with us. But again, just a big welcome to everyone joining us for the second half of the show, and it's great to be here with you all. So nice to have some buffalo on the camera. It's not something that I've had too much of, actually. I was watching a little bit before I started now, and what a treat to be able to see some buffalo and the whole herd coming down to the water. It's been lovely. I'd love to know where we have some viewers coming from watching the show, so please reach out and let us know. It's a live and interactive show, as I'm sure you know, so feel free to ask questions, to give any comments that you may have. I'd love to hear from you all. You can just see the trees moving there quite a bit in the camera. So obviously a little bit of a breeze blowing, overcast weather. All right, well, while these buffaloes seem to have finished drinking and are heading off to begin feeding, we're going to go across to Kenya and check out what's happening at Oldonyo. Wow, what a treat. There is a secretary bird that has come down to the water. Apologies everyone for a little bit of picture breakup that we're experiencing. As you know, bringing you all these cameras from from different areas of Africa means that sometimes the connections aren't what they should be. But we're going to head across, I think, to Jamala. Oh, wow. Look at that, everyone. We've got a marabou that's come down for some water. I haven't yet to see this, as well as a secretary bird, actually, which has now just gone off the screen. This is the first time for me seeing some of these special birds that I've heard come to the waterhole. But wow, that is a great, great thing to see. We're very, very lucky. I don't think I've ever seen one drinking. This is very cool, actually. So you can just see how it's lowering its head and scooping the water into its beak so that it can swallow and drink. Oh, and a baboon. Also coming down to drink. Wow. Lady Macbeth, you say, and that is 100% correct, Marabou Stork is part of the Ugly Five. And I'm not sure about you, but I do agree with that. Not exactly going to win any beauty competitions, but still a very, very, very important part of the environment and an important part of, similar to vultures, and performing a function that's vital to the ecosystem. And they perfectly adapted for all of that with their sort of naked heads and long sharp beaks, and that bit of skin that you see, the flap in the front it gets bigger and bigger the more they eat. It's part of their crop. And as they feed on carrion, which is like dead material, sometimes the extra food that they can't finish goes into that crop. But a huge bird. If you could, it was actually quite nice to have the baboons come in there because it allowed us to get a reference for size. It is massive, really stands nice and tall as well. But such interesting characters. Spaz, you say this is a new bird for you. That's so exciting. Hooray. I am a big birder myself, and also get very, very excited when I see a lifer, which is in birding language, a new bird that you have not seen before in your life, and it gets added to your list. So I'm with you, Spaz. Like, that is very, very, very cool. Yeah, so interesting that it's on its own. Often, sometimes we do see them on their own, but they can also congregate into very, very large flocks, sometimes hundreds of birds together. And often they will circle, similar to that of vultures. They can also use the thermals in the air which is just rising heat that moves in a circular motion. Oh, a little bit of a yawn there, which allows them to fly higher and higher. I think it actually just took off on its way. But wow, everyone, that was very cool. A first for me on the show and for Spaz Lifer. So awesome. So here we have some baboons doing some foraging just off next to the waterhole. Also the first time I've seen like a group together. I think there's a little one there right in the middle. There's a little baby one sitting next to mom. Baby baboons are adorable. Sort of like massive ears compared to their little heads. Oh, there, it just grabbed it and moved them off. And so interesting how those little ones actually cling to mom. There we see actually on the underside of the belly. It might actually start suckling there. That's an easy way for them to clutch onto mom and keep safe underneath. Less effort for them. They're able to keep up with the troop by hanging on to mom like that. There, it's just come down again. But sometimes they also sit on the mom's back, which is also quite cool to see, like a horse. They sit on the back and hitch a ride that way. Interesting what they're finding. Baboons are omnivores, so they eat both, meat as well as fruits and leaves and sort of seeds and different things like that. So they eat a mixture of things, and so precise with their hands, the way they're able to. It's actually such a nice picture there of that one feeding. There we can see mom with the baby. Sweet. That's very cute. And there we can actually see the baby also actually grooming mom a little bit there. The way it was picking at the fur and looking for, well, ticks and parasites really. And that is a signature feature of baboons, is that they do a lot of what's called allo grooming. And that's the way that they affirm things like social bonds and family between each of them. And also keep each other clean. I mean, these animals out here don't have, a barber or a hairdresser or a salon that they can go to clean themselves up. So it's a great way that they are able to get rid of things like parasites, etc. Looks like we have a giraffe at the waterhole. If we go a little bit to the left, drinking, one of my favorite things to see as well, with a lot of oxpeckers on its back. I think there was also a guinea fowl that made a cameo there as we were panning. I think the blue of it looked like a helmet of guinea fowl came across the camera. This is actually, what a great start to the show. This is such a different variety of animals than I usually see here at Aldonyo. I don't know what everyone else thinks, but normally it's elephant, zebra, a lot of that, sometimes giraffe, but to be able to see the baboons, the guinea fowl, secretary bird, a marabou stork, And then, of course, the one giraffe coming to drink. It's just so nice to have variety. So 50, you say this has to be one of your favorite waterholes, and I can see why. It's just always action, right? I mean, it is amazing to see how much actually does come here constantly, not just once off at certain times, but it seems to be quite busy with a variety of species. Actually, that call that you're hearing, that bird call, is actually from the oxpeckers there that have just landed on the giraffe on the left. More of the baboons have come down for something to drink as well. And baboons must be one of those animals that are similar to elephants for me, that I enjoy watching in their groups. The interactions between each of them are sometimes hilarious, actually, and the way that they groom each other, and then you'll have young ones fighting, or you'll have a baby that looks very cute sitting on mom's back, or they're so human-like in the way that they're able to use their hands and sort of pick off ticks from each other so specifically, or they may sit in a very particular pose that might be funny. So we'll see what the baboons do. There seem to be some impala now coming as well to the waterhole. Guinea fowls have decided to have a drink as well. That squealing was actually from some of the younger baboons. Sometimes mom won't let one of them suckle, and then the little ones have a little bit of a hysteria, similar to that of elephants actually as well. But it's very interesting. I often am asked about the hierarchy at a waterhole, and this, you can actually see it being demonstrated a little bit here depending on size. So, with the giraffes were there, and the smaller birds didn't want to come to the water at that stage. The guinea fowl didn't come. And then the baboons were a little bit braver. And so as the giraffes moved away, so a lot of the baboons came. And then the guinea fowl went to the other side. And now the impala. Now we see an eland coming. So it'll be interesting to see if some of these animals do move. Oh, there's a baby on the back, like I was saying, of the baboon. That's quite sweet. Well, so much to look at today.
Welcome to Africam, your window to Africa's wild spaces. Immerse yourself in the captivating sights and sounds of nature. With our high-definition cameras, you'll feel like you're right there in the heart of the action, where every moment is a surprise waiting to unfold. Join our global community of wildlife enthusiasts as we witness nature's drama unfold in real time.
Wow, look at that. Now we have some zebra as well. This is really very special. I love how these zebras' stripes extend all the way down the legs. It really makes them so striking, I think is the word. Oh, sorry about the bit of picture break up there, but we've headed over back to South Africa to Djuma, where we have some hippos, something that I actually don't think I've had in Live of the Waterhole as of yet. So really nice to be able to see them and a bit of interaction here as well. Let's have a look and see what's happening. So something like hippos would move around a lot. It's not necessarily that we will always find the same animals in the same waterholes. They are an animal that does tend to change, which, it can easily walk from one sort of waterhole to another, or from a river to a small waterhole, then from one property to another. You do find that sometimes there are something like a territorial bull that will then have a fixed spot and he will stay there, and there will be a pod of hippos that then are also permanently there. But sometimes, especially now, we're at the very, very end of the dry season, and there has been a bit of rain already, but nowhere near enough. I'm sure there's much more on the way. Then in those drier times, when certain water sources may dry up, then something like a hippo would be moving around to find water where they can, big enough obviously, where they can survive. All right, well, apparently there may be something to look at Jamala, so let's head across there and see what we can find. Wow, well, looks like we can find some elephants. Apparently they have been here earlier, a few of them, but there are a lot here now. Seems like the ones there on the right hand side are the one is spraying itself with mud. A few of them actually. Seems like the area right in front is the drinking, and then the mud, if you want to splash yourself with mud, then it's on the right hand side. Oh wow, it looks like there's some elephants at the back that are not only mud splashing, but fully mud wallowing in the dirty water there, really getting themselves, scratching their bum and falling over, fully embracing the mud wallow. There are a lot of elephants here. This is crazy. So in a large group of elephants like this, this wouldn't be one entire herd. So often with elephants, what actually happens is, I heard this explanation once, and I quite liked it, so I'll share it today. Is, we all love a good family gathering, and whenever that time of year is for you, whether it's in December or March, April, or June, July, or whenever you have a big family get together, it's really exciting at first. So what happens is that these elephants may have all at one point been in the same family group. So you might have some females who are sisters or cousins, and of course, as more and more elephants are born, so competition for food and water and that sort of thing increases. And what might happen is that eventually a female may break off from the original family herd and begin a new herd, because that is how these things happen. You can't have a exponential increase on one herd forever. They need to break down into small groups. Oh, that's actually an elephant, believe it or not, although it does sound like a screaming, I don't know, child almost, but it probably is a screaming young elephant. And what will happen is that as these family groups increase in size, and so females break off and actually begin new herds, they of course are still connected. They can remember. Elephants have amazing memory. Things like smell and all of those sorts of things. They know that they are family. And what will happen is that every now and again you'll have, especially on very hot days, and now leading into summer, we're going to see more and more of it. All the individual family groups come down to the water and they all meet up, and they have this big, it's lots of excitement of greeting, smelling each other. There's lots of sometimes trumpeting, and they're all very excited to all see each other again. And that brings me back to the example of when you have a family gathering and everyone's very excited to see each other. And then you sort of spend a bit of time together and you're catching up, and it's all good. But then maybe cousin so-and-so starts to irritate you a little bit. And eventually mom makes the call and you leave. And so you then part again, and the elephants will part in their separate little family groups. So this wouldn't be one entire herd that stays together all the time. And I thought that was very interesting because I used to see that. I used to see elephants coming down in like maybe a group of 6 to 10. And then sometimes you'd have like 70 elephants all together. And you'd wonder, now, is this one herd or what's going on here? But that is how it works with elephants. And then some of these bigger bulls, you'll actually see some right in front of us. They are a lot taller than the females. They stand a lot higher. And also another thing that I always look at is the belly height. So often females are much lower to the ground because they've got a bit more of a saggy belly, and their two front legs are a little bit shorter. So because of also the hanging mammary glands, whereas a bull's belly really is a lot higher. Their chest goes way, way further up between their front legs. Anyway, lots to talk about when it comes to elephants. Joey, you love the social structure of elephants. Yeah, absolutely. It is fascinating. Thank you for the comment, Joey. We always appreciate it. And yeah, I think they are highly intelligent and have a complex social structure. It's not so straightforward as sometimes we may think with animals. And I think that is why perhaps as humans we connect to them so well, because we can see that incredible family structure and the protection of the little ones and how much they value family members. And then it's not just a simple, they really care if one gets hurt or if one is injured or if one, the little ones are tired. Oh, there's a little one running from the left. They really sincerely care about it, and they want to help each other. One of the really special things that I've seen, especially because if you imagine a baby elephant, it's nowhere near, it it can't have the same amount of energy as a fully grown female or male. And so often during their journey to feed or towards water or something like that, the little ones will get really tired and they will need to have a rest. And if you ever find yourself in the bush and it's sort of around a really hot time of the day, and you see elephants almost standing in a circle with their bums towards the middle and their heads towards the outside. If you have a look closer, often you find the baby elephants sleeping in the middle of the circle. And that's another little thing that I'm just like, oh, elephants are just amazing. So they will protect those little ones while the adults and the young adults will make sure that they have eyes everywhere to make sure that nothing can harm the little ones. Candy, you want to know if baby elephants also sleep standing? They definitely can. I have seen little ones that do sort of rest and nod their heads and close their eyes. But for a little elephant, it is a lot easier for them to lie down than a fully grown elephant. So they make use of that a lot more. So often with the baby elephants, they actually lie down on their sides. Bigger elephants also do it, but just not as often. The baby elephants are able to get up, and mom even sometimes helps with their trunk to get them up again. So it's a lot easier for them to lie down. So they can sleep standing up, but actually for a lot of the time for the little ones, they do completely lie down. Here we have one starting to splash itself with some mud. But let's look at this little one and see what it does. I've been watching this female elephant here in the center of the screen, and she's got a little one that's coming up from behind her. And it was quite sweet as mom was splashing herself with mud. So the little one was, I could almost see the information going into its brain and being like, what is mom doing? How do I do that? And that is how these baby elephants learn, is by watching their moms and their cousins and their aunties living and feeding and drinking and splashing themselves with mud, and then they often try and copy them. And it is one of the cutest things, I think, in the whole of a safari experience, to be able to see one of the little ones, or even when you're able to watch live at the Waterhole, I suppose, you can also see these things right from from the comfort of wherever you are. But you can see that little one now lying down on its side, trying to oh, there it's up again. It might actually try and sit down to do the other side. Anyway, rubbing itself in some mud. Oh, there the zebras are coming now from the right. That's interesting. They're really going far in. Sure. I don't think I've seen zebra get so far in dirty water before. I always think of zebra as quite, with walking on hooves and not wanting to really get muddy. I know that they do rub themselves in dust, but often not so far into the water, sure. It looks like those ones that are coming from the left-hand side, I mean, they've literally reached their shoulders, the bottom of their bellies. Diane, you want to know if different elephant herds help each other. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by help each other. So I will just explain, and if I'm not giving you the answer that you want, then you can send in another question or clarify it a little bit. But there is definitely a connection between elephant herds, especially if they are herds that are somehow related or have a, they were once together and have separated or whatever it is. So elephants being the types of animals they are, with the intelligence level that they do have, there will be some sort of, you know, intraspecies care that they do show for one another, whether it's an elephant that is related to them or not, but simply just because it's an elephant, another one of their own in a way. I've heard stories about, elephants passing by other elephant carcasses and almost showing some sign of respect to them, or like at least a sniff, or coming up and like nudging it, and not necessarily an elephant that they is part of their family group or herd. So I think it's a very open-ended question in a lot of ways. I would have to maybe I will just read up a little bit if there's any clear examples of that sort of thing. But I do think that because elephants they have no real natural predators other than another elephant, in the case of bulls having to fight for mating rights and stuff, showing dominance and things like that. For the females, I don't think that it would be any sort of disadvantage or like sort of how can I put this, affect them in a negative way to help each other. I don't know if it's in terms of maybe let's say that they were able to sense another herd was close by that they didn't know, and the one maybe followed the scent of another to lead them to water, for example. But I'll have to do a little bit more research for you, Diane. But I do think that just being elephants and being the way they are, that they would show some sort of connection, or, for lack of a better term, help towards one another if they needed it. I think also, for example, if there was a random elephant that they didn't know per se, that was, I don't know, in danger of lions, for example, I don't think it would matter just because it's a lion, which is a threat to them, it's a predator, they would chase it away. So in that way, maybe they would help each other based off of instinct rather than another factor. Okay, Diane, thanks. You just clarified your question about being in danger. And yeah, then I definitely think that they would help each other. And I think I did answer that towards the end of my discussion, that almost based off of instinct, they would want to chase a predator away. I think even if it's not even another elephant, I think I've seen actually when, let's say, there are buffalo around as well, but just because elephants don't like those specific predators or predators of any kind, they often will help another species, if we can put it like that, by chasing them off. Just having a look here at these sort of, I don't know if they're rocks or bits of ground. It's a little bit tricky to say that all those elephants were standing at. But if you have a look at them, they really have been used to rub against by plenty of elephants. Yes, there we go. So you can see that once an elephant has splashed itself with mud or dust bathed or something like that, they will often go to the nearest sort of, I guess it's not only elephants that would use to say something like buffaloes also do the same thing. Even warthogs also love to rub against rhinos. Any of the animals that love a good mud wallow will come up to these rocks or large pieces of ground and rub themselves against it. Sometimes around a waterhole tree, larger but taller, and because elephants are so big, they often need a little bit of a bigger rubbing post than just a smaller rock. But because so many animals have done it over and over and over and over and over again, they often sometimes become really smooth and shiny. Even the trees get worn down so much that it almost looks like it's been sanded and varnished. That's how shiny they become. Just a little reminder to all our viewers that we absolutely love and appreciate all your support and the comments and your interaction with us. And what WildEarth is doing now every month is that they will be posting a question to you as viewers once a week during the Sunset Safari. And I think, we want to know and acknowledge our biggest fans. And I think you can then answer that question and see if you can get it right. And should based off of that, the fan of the month for, it'll be October now, won't it? Will be chosen. Looks like things have quietened down slightly. A lot of elephants still here, but definitely not as busy in terms of there seems to be a few elephants that have moved off a little bit. But perhaps this group, definitely you can see some of the darkest splotches on their faces and their sides have been in the mud. And maybe they did that while another little group was drinking. So now they've come here to where the freshest, cleanest water is. I think it looks like this is the spot that everyone wants to drink from, if they can choose. Now they've taken their chance while they had a gap to come drink some nice water. On the left-hand side, this female also has a baby. And I think the little one might be trying to suckle, but mom's just been keeps on walking, and babies keeps trying to go for the mammary gland, but is given up now to join the others. Oh, there's one suckling actually right in the center there. And quite big to you may think to be suckling, but elephant babies can suckle until they well over 4, 5, even 6 years old. You can see that little trunk bent upwards, and so they actually use their mouth, which latches onto the teat, which is where they drink the milk from. And often we heard some of those squeals earlier from the elephants, and often those are youngsters who mom has said no more, and they get upset because they can't have the milk that they are so accustomed to, and they're saying no, to start drinking water. Well, carry on drinking more water and feeding on vegetation. Now you can't have so much of my milk anymore. And that's often when mom's actually pregnant with her next little one that's on the way. Elephants are pregnant for 22 months, so almost 2 years. So mom knows when that time is coming that she actually needs to focus her production for her next youngster, her next baby, who's going to need it a lot more than her previous calf.
Are you WildEarth's biggest fan? Well, we have a brand new competition for you. Join our naturalists on Safari Live and listen out for weekly questions. To enter the competition, head over to our Instagram, search #WildEarthFanOfTheMonth and comment your answer under the post. The monthly winner will be determined by the total quickest and most correct answers. We announce our winner at the end of every month. Tune in to Safari Live daily.
All right, well, we have had a treat with these elephants. It doesn't look like they're going anywhere anytime soon. I'm sure we will check back in with them a little bit later. But for now, let's head over to Tau Lodge. Lovely. Another elephant in the distance. But just beautiful that we can hop on over. I was so excited when we were going to change over. I was like, yes, actually, we can just go and check another location and see what's happening there. It's awesome. This is such a great show, and I hope you are all enjoying it so far. It's one of my favorite locations for water birds. I think there's often some really there's definitely this grey heron, which is a resident. We see it all the time. There's also a spoonbill that we often see here. The black wings stilt currently feeding there. Red-knobbed coot, and the beautiful elephant, looks like an elephant bull in the background. And some zebra. I saw a springbok just now. I think taking time to watch the show or even have it on in the background, wherever you are in the world, can be so calming and so relaxing. I'm very grateful that I get to share this with you and share with you some very cool, memorable moments as well. But how well camouflaged is that springbok moving along the bank there, right? Well, it was just in the center of the screen, moving off to the right, but just its colors exactly matched the landscape, even to a T, actually. It was so well camouflaged. Oh, looks like another elephant is coming from the left-hand side of the screen. It's just moving. Oh, another 2, 3. Those are very big elephants. Wow. And you can just see now, really, especially at a distance. I mean, those zebra, they are dwarfed by these big boys. We were discussing the family herds and the family groups and the herds they form and how they break away and sometimes form new herds. And part of that, the family dynamics and social structure of elephants are these big bulls. And of course, they are not part of those family groups that we saw at the Waterhole. Although there would be large bulls around, when they move off, they won't necessarily move off with them. They sometimes follow at a distance. So 4 big boys like this would form something called a bachelor herd, and they would spend a lot of time together. Sometimes they move off on their own. There's no fixed rules, but they have grown up in family groups, with lots of elephants around. They are social creatures by nature, and so often these lone bulls will, especially once they have reached that age. So how it works is that when they become, I guess, similar to humans age-wise in some ways, but an adolescent, when they start, causing a little bit of trouble in the herd, and the females say, right, that's it, you need to head off, and so they actually get pushed out of the herd. The matriarch, the older females, will actually start to physically sometimes drive them away and trumpet at them and push them off, so that they it becomes very clear that they're no longer welcome. And that's actually nature's way of ensuring that inbreeding doesn't happen, because those males are starting to, their hormones are starting to rise. They are getting a little bit more antsy, a little bit more sort of destructive. They might hurt a baby. They developing into, they might start experiencing some of the symptoms of must. That they will then be, suppressed if they are actually with other larger elephant bulls that are more experienced and then will dominate over them. So it's an interesting dynamic. So once those bulls then leave or pushed out of those family groups, they're lonely. Sometimes they might be one or two of them that are actually from the same herd at the same age, which is a nice thing for them to then have each other. But because they're used to that social structure, often when they start maturing and they're getting into their 20s, into their 30s, their 40s, they do want to associate with elephants. And sometimes these big bulls form these little bachelor herds. And that's how we find often big bulls together in a small group. And they will be together, and sometimes there may be a little bit of tussling between them. Sometimes there may even be serious fights, especially if there's two bulls that are of a similar age and sort of similar stature and strength. That is really the only threat to them is another elephant bull of the same size. And so that often occurs when both elephants are wanting to mate with females or wanting to, be dominant over a herd. And they have to battle it out. If the one won't submit to the other one, then they can fight to the death. I think he may be coming. Oh, look at that. He has a little bit of a hop in his step. I love it. Without fail, the elephants tend to do that when they are heading towards the water. Sometimes it is also because they are going downhill, fair enough. but I like to think it's because they're excited to have something to drink. This one has gone a little bit further forward. Oh, there we go. Oh, look at that. You can just see his back leg resting on the bank as he has a drink of water. Well, the one on the right has been having a serious mud bath. You can just see how shiny his ear is there, and it looks like the whole one side of his body's gone a shade lighter from the mud. I wonder if he actually rolled down completely. So we'll see if this one joins his friend. Oh, you see that? Look at his leg, look what it's doing. So this male now has actually mixed up some of the sediment at the bottom, the mud at the bottom of the waterhole to actually make that water even muddier. And now he's going to have a good mud bath. I was just saying, it looks like the one on the right has already done most of his mud bathing, but I'm glad we get to maybe watch this one do its thing. Interesting to also note the clear little bit of a hierarchy that was there. As soon as this bull that we watched walk across approached, the one on the right did move out of the area a little bit away to give him some space. And you can just see how much larger the one is on the left-hand side. So first of all, just clearly the whole body is a lot bigger. The head especially is a lot bigger. And then the tusks, the one on the left-hand side's tusks are a lot thicker and a little bit longer as well, when the one on the right still clearly has quite a lot of growing to do. So this would be exactly the example of what I was talking about earlier, where the one on the bull on the right-hand side has now associated with some of these much more mature elephant bulls, and is definitely, sort of doesn't want to be in anyone's way, but also is learning as they are growing, as he is growing up. A little bit of itch on the eye there. I wonder if he is going to get all the way into the water. I don't know. They don't always do it. Oh, there we go. I was hoping that was going to happen. That is wonderful. Oh, you can imagine how good that feels. If you are on your feet all day carrying like 5 to 6 tons of weight, it must feel really nice to just be able to get off your feet for a little bit. And then also just this cool mud on your body when it's a really hot day is also lovely. And now he's just chilling. I wonder if maybe he's making a wee. I don't know. I can't see. But often when they stand so still, like he was in the middle of something. Pauline, you say that this is absolutely stunning. Thank you so much for commenting and sending that through. I agree with you. It is absolutely stunning. I wonder if he's... Oh, there we go. I was just wondering actually what he was doing with his trunk there, if it was similar to what he was doing with his foot, just getting a nice lot of muddy water and then going to throw it on himself. And that's exactly what he... Now he's scratching behind his ear. Oh, that's interesting. I haven't seen an elephant do that before. Almost getting inside that very, very top flap. That's actually very cool because sometimes when I've seen elephants, there's been some humongous ticks that are behind the ear. It's really nice and soft and fleshy and easy place for a tick to latch onto. So I wonder if he does that to put the mud right in that area so that it might suffocate the tick and get it off. Because right at the top of the ear there, you can see there is actually, it flaps over. So there's a very strong piece of cartilage that is right over the top of the ear. So that is why the skin folds over like that. But this is glorious. Oh man, what a treat. I think and he looks like he's doing the same thing with his trunk again. Although he has done very well to cover his entire body with mud, I must say. I think the right-hand side, the side that's facing us, is the one side that hasn't quite gotten the same amount because when he sat down like that, he actually covered most of his left-hand side of his body. But we'll see. Maybe he'll turn around and do it again, or maybe he'll splash himself. But very relaxed. Actually so still now that you can see his reflection in the water. That's quite special. Oh wow, I didn't notice before. Just when he flicked his tail there, I don't think it had any hair on the end. We'll see again. Let's watch if he flicks it again. I just saw like a stump. Maybe as he gets out, we may be able to see again. I might be wrong. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no hair at the end. That's interesting. So normally elephants have a good lot of hair that come out of the very tip of the tail. But this one looks like, it looks the normal length. It doesn't look specifically short. Sometimes they have a little stump at the end. That one just seems to be missing its hair. So sometimes things like that may happen when an animal is young. Sustained an injury, although that might just be some mud. It looks like a little bit of a knob on the tail there. Although that may just be mud. But maybe it just never grew hair. All right, looks like he has finished his mud bath today. But that was lovely. What a treat to be able to see that elephant. He walked all the way across from those 4 bulls that arrived. That was beautiful. And then going into a little bit of the dynamics of those bulls and how he then walked across. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a little bit of a rest session. Elephant bulls, especially at this time of the day when it really is getting to the peak heat of the day. They may find a shady spot in a tree to do exactly like that. The other day I was mentioning how sometimes we can see their trunk completely relax. And that often happens when they're having a bit of a snooze. And just like that elephant did there, he actually is, I don't know if he will sleep in the middle of the sun. Often they find a nice shady patch to do that. But he's obviously taking things slowly now as he's moving away from the waterhole. And that trunk, of course, is very heavy. It can, weigh down an elephant sometimes. And so they often like to rest it like that on the ground and just give themselves a little bit of a break. I'm sure he's going to head off into the trees there. I wonder if those maybe are other elephants that are slowly making their way. I don't know. They look very big. I think they are. Look, it's way too far in the distance to be able to say for sure. But I think it very well could be the case. Oh, there are some kudu. Looks like they are also. Oh, those are not. Okay, those are some birds. It's just as I saw the kudu walking, I thought maybe they would also be heading towards the water, which is something we don't see so often in South Africa anyway. With the way the kudu are, they don't always come to the water so often, so it's quite nice to be able to see them. Perhaps, I think they are heading towards the water very cautiously. Also some zebra coming forward from the left hand side, we might see them just now, but also extremely cautious. I mean, they are right in the open. If there was a predator around, this would be the time to try and attack. So yeah, really having to just check around them all the time. Those ears are moving, checking, especially with a little one. Like this looks like a smaller calf here. Extremely alert. These kudu won't need a lot of water. They are not like the elephants and buffalo, which need to drink once, twice, sometimes even 3 times in a 24-hour period. They are more water independent than water dependent. And a lot of time, kudus actually get the moisture that they need from the vegetation that they eat. They are browsers, so they'll be eating leaves from trees. And little forbs and things sometimes that are little shoots coming out of the ground. And so, but because it's winter now, and it's very dry. So a lot of the trees don't have all their leaves, or the trees that do have leaves aren't very delicious. So they might not get as much of the water naturally from the food that they are eating, or the juiciness that gives them the water they need. So for them to come down to the waterhole in the winter months or in the drier months is more likely, like we are seeing now. So this is actually quite special, everyone. Looks like 2 females and a youngster. No horns on the bigger kudus there. The males would have some absolutely stunning horns. The most beautiful, in my opinion, of all antelopes. Well, we have been really treated here in Madikwe with both Jamala and Town Lodge, and with elephants. There was some kudu now, but we are going to head back to Kenya and see what's happening at Oldonyo. Lovely. Two zebra looks like they just finished drinking, but I wonder if this giraffe is going to make an attempt to come towards the water. I had an absolute laugh, I think, when I was hosting on Friday, the giraffe that just, the poor thing, was coming to the water, it would dip its lip, and then something would give it a scare, and it would run away again. So I don't know, hopefully eventually it did get some water. Oh, there seems to be a few that are making their way towards the waterhole. So let's see what happens. Let's watch them and see if they come down for a drink. KL, you say it looks like a beautiful day in Kenya. It does. It looks not too hot, not too cold. A few clouds in the sky, a bit of shade here for the giraffe at the moment, but obviously partly cloudy and sunny. And just lovely, not windy, just beautiful. I agree with you. Let's see if these giraffes will take the plunge. Well, one has decided to go down. And the next one, let's see if we'll get the third one as well. That is a great picture. I think those oxpeckers are definitely irritating him a little bit. I can only imagine what it feels like to have all these birds picking at you in some very sensitive areas, especially around your face and your eyes and nostrils and ears. And yeah, I think I'd also keep flicking them away. But they also benefit the giraffes. They get to be cleaned by these oxpeckers. as they are feeding on the ticks and parasites that are on their bodies. But yeah, sometimes they really try and peck at some very irritating spots. Ooh, there goes another one. Almost. Just watching a giraffe walk always interests me, that they walk with the same legs. So the two on the right will move and the two on the left will move together. You almost wonder why they don't fall over. But that helps with the balancing. And there you can see as they move front left, front back, front left, front right, right back. Well, that was lovely to see this giraffe drinking, and now we are going to head over to Comfort's Dam to see what the flamingos are up to there. Oh wow, this is a different scene to the last time I was on the Waterhole. I think with it being a lot later in the day, we're actually being exposed to a lot more behavior of these flamingos. So earlier in the mornings, they often gathered a lot closer together. That is probably for warmth, with a lot of bodies being closer together. But now that the day's warmed up and they've been feeding and foraging, and I even saw there was one lesser flamingo there flapping its wings that was actually having a good little water bath, cleaning itself. We can see a lot more action. Yeah, wow, they really have spread out a lot more. Some of them are still resting. There are a few heads still tucked away in the wings, but they do seem to have moved about a little bit more.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
Well, it was lovely to pop into Campus Dam and check on the flamingos, but let's head back to Tau Lodge. Apparently, there's some more elephants. All right, so it was elephants that I saw. This is exactly the spot that bull who had mud bathed, I think he's actually the one feeding there at the back, looks like. But there were some sort of greyish dots in the distance that I saw moving, and so these elephants have now come down to the water. Let's see what they do. And they have also decided that this is the place to have a good splash in the mud. But clearly the favorite among the elephants for getting in their spa treatments. But clearly a really nice spot with some very nice mud that they are splashing on themselves. I wonder if anyone's going to have a little roll about. Absolutely love when they do that. It's something you don't see all the time. So when they get down and they roll on one side and splash around on the other side, they look a little bit silly doing it, but it's very entertaining. So the mud that they put on themselves, so there's a few different. Oh, so just whoa! That elephant was not too happy with the other one there. So this elephant on the left definitely seems the largest of everyone here, and these all look like they are also bulls. And so he, just in size and sort of throwing his weight around a little bit. I think the one on the right might be a little bit younger, and clearly didn't want him to be too close by. So it's interesting. The elephant dynamics are fascinating. I love learning more and more about them, and the more you observe these animals, the more that we get to learn about them and the way that they are structured and the dynamics between the herds and the bulls, and between the bulls themselves, between the females, between the young ones, and we get to understand them more and more. But what I was wanting to mention is the mud that they are splashing themselves with. We've now seen quite a few elephants do it. Serves a few different purposes. And firstly, we see them do this a lot more in the hotter months. And as the temperatures are climbing higher and higher, heading towards peak summer, we will, I think, especially live at the Waterhole, see a lot more. Oh, there we go. That was what I was hoping for. That is just brilliant. Like, it just makes me want to do the same thing. It just looks like that elephant is having the time of its life. They're so happy to finally be able to cool down a little bit. And that's one of the reasons that these elephants do this primarily, is for that being able to cool down. But the reason that they're adding, so they can easily just go into water and cool down. But the reason that they're mixing up the sediment and creating this really muddy slush is because that mud helps stick to their skin and goes into all the little wrinkles and cracks, which is also part of the way they have adapted to their environment, whereas those wrinkles actually keep moisture in them for longer. It's the reason why they have the skin they do. For such an incredibly large mammal, they need to have ways to keep themselves cool because they can't sweat like we do. Whereas we sweat, lions also sweat, for example, and then the cool breeze goes over us, and then we cool down that way. Whereas elephants don't have that luxury, so they need to find other ways to help cool their bodies down as mammals. And so that's what the mud helps with. That really is able to get into all those cracks, and it stays there for a longer time. It takes much longer for it to dry out. And in the process, as that mud sets, it then suffocates things like ticks and parasites that are irritating or bothering the elephant. And so once those ticks are then suffocated, they can then go to a rubbing post, a nearby tree. Often a large marula will do the job, and then they rub against it all over, in between their legs, behind their ears, under their chins, whatever they can find. And then that hardened mud gets pulled off, and together with that, the ticks get taken off. And then there's also a little bit of, I suppose, some protection from the sun involved in with the mud forming an extra layer over their skin. But of course, their skins are very high in melanin, with being that darker grey colour, so that does afford them some protection already. And then I think there's also an element of enjoyment. I have no doubt that these animals, when they are young, they play, they enjoy doing things just for the sake of doing them. So I do think part of an element, no matter how big they get, they do find some sort of fun and enjoyment in being able to lie down in the mud and spray themselves and splash around. Oh wow, look at that. That bigger elephant bull. He's gone completely underneath. Oh wow, that was brilliant. It's incredible, actually, how deep that water is. I wasn't expecting it to take the elephant all the way, basically, to well, its front knees, but then the entire back leg is in there, so it's incredibly deep. I thought it was more shallow than that, actually. But I think there's a lot of soft mud at the bottom, so it definitely, with the weight of a fully grown bull elephant, it's going to sink in quite far as well. Oh, this is just wonderful. That's just brilliant. Oh man. He's actually perfectly camouflaged. I think if you sort of block out the tusk, okay, the tusk is sticking out quite a lot, but the rest of his body just looks like a mound of mud lying there. Amazing. And what's so great is that because they, can use their trunk like a snorkel, he can easily just have the very tip of his trunk stick out and he can breathe, no problem, and still have most of his body in the water. Oh, he looks so relaxed now. I just can't believe how much he looks like a pile of mud just lying there. If you're not careful, you'd step on him. It's also really, to see such a huge elephant completely, let themselves have a little bit of fun in the mud. It's also not something that we see so often. It's often the smaller, younger bulls or younger elephants that do this. So to see him really just lie down like that and having a good, I think he has literally covered every inch of his body with mud.
Attention all WildEarth fans. It's that time of the year when the sun rises earlier and sets later. And WildEarth is shifting show times. From October, our daily sunrise safari is moving an hour earlier, live at the Waterhole is moving an hour later, and our daily sunset safari is moving half an hour later. Don't miss a moment. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
We have really been treated with these elephants today. That was absolutely wonderful to see those elephants having a whale of a time in the water. Interesting to see a little bit of interaction here between these bulls. I wonder, this is the one that got all the way down into the mud and was rolling around in it. I'm not sure if he's actually starting to rub himself a little bit against the other elephant as a bit of a rubbing post. But it also could have to do with the display of dominance. It is a much larger bull than the one on the right. In fact, I think the right one may be heading towards the water to do some mud bathing. So now that these elephants are well covered in mud, they are, I'm sure, either going to head off to a cleaner part of the waterhole to maybe have something to drink. They might put some dust on themselves when they're nice and wet. I mentioned earlier that sometimes they like to do that, so then the dust actually sticks to their wet bodies. But otherwise head off into the vegetation to carry on feeding. An elephant bull like this really does need a lot to eat and drink to sustain him every day. But how beautiful the landscape, everything with these elephant bulls that have decided to be here with us this afternoon. It also looks like a crocodile in the water. Sorry, I just see that right in front of the screen between the green grass. Looks like a croc is moving there towards the bank. And disappearing slowly as it gets more into the water. I wonder if now they're heading towards this area to have a bit of a drink of water. Elephants are notoriously fussy water drinkers, so they are not going to drink that muddy water. I'm not going to say not like never. It's very possible they could if there was no other option. But if they have a choice, they will definitely move towards a cleaner area where the water is more pure and has less impurities in it. So that water that they were mud bathing in just now, they purposefully made it dirty by digging up the sediment at the bottom, making it, all mushy and not very clean. In fact, opposite of clean, so that they could mud bathe in it. But now they'd be heading to that where that other elephant was drinking, because they don't mud wallow there. They don't mud wallow there. So that water would be a lot cleaner. There's the crocodile. Actually just moved. I thought it had disappeared completely. A little three-banded plover as well, just in the background, pecking away. So unlike the elephants, this is a reptile which needs the sun to be able to control its body temperature. So it's not in the water to cool down. It is in the water because that is where it lives. It's its habitat. But it does need to come out and sunbathe in order to get enough energy into its body to be able to do things like hunt or move around. Well, there's 2 three-banded plovers there now.
World Animal Day is here, and WildEarth is rallying for a battle of the ages. One naturalist reigns victorious, and the time for redemption has arrived. It's Safari Bingo. Catch the chaos and contention as our naturalists compete to spot the most animals. Join us on our sunset safaris and spot the next sovereign of the safari. WildEarth, we are Safari.
You can see that waterbuck now approaching, also coming across behind the elephants towards the impala. But what a lovely show. It is the first time we've had this extended Waterhole show, and it will be continuing like this for the foreseeable future at this stage. So it's nice, we've got some extra time to be able to see what happens at these waterholes in between the sunrise and sunset drives. So thank you so much, everyone. It's been wonderful to join you for half of the session today. I know everyone enjoyed having Steph this morning, and we are excited to bring you another show tomorrow. You never know what we're going to see, and don't switch off though. There's the Sunset Safari that's coming right immediately after this at 3 p.m. So we'll be broadcasting a live safari to you straight after this from various locations across South Africa, which is also very exciting. It's been a wonderful show. It's been great to be part of it. Thank you for all your comments and your questions. We always appreciate the interaction. It also gives us opportunity to sometimes even learn and look up things. I learned about a flamingo's feathers the other day. Didn't know about the black on the feathers, but now I know that. So we really, really are grateful for all our supporters and our viewership, and just being able to bring you this. It's such a lovely addition to WildEarth. I will be on the Waterhole for the rest of the week in the afternoon session, so I'm looking forward to being with you all and chatting about a lot more things and seeing what we can see. I think one of my favorites today was that marabou stork at Oldonyo, as well as the secretary bird, and then definitely the elephant bull. Having that mud wallow just now, that was absolutely brilliant. But from me, thank you again. It's been absolutely wonderful, and I'll be back with you tomorrow.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcass